Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, today I basically have planned that I'm gonna try and finish up the current MSQ, aka Stormblood's MSQ. And let's quickly turn that back on. And the reason I want to do that is we don't have a whole lot of quests left in the MSQ. I'm currently just looking at the list of the quests, and we currently have patch 4.4, 4.5, and 4.56 available to us, which is basically the prelude to Violet and a Requiem of Heroes Part 1 and Part 2. And I believe that let's see here, patch 4.4 has 7 quests, 4.5 has 5 quests, and 4.56 has 2 quests. That is 14 quests, I believe, that we have left, as well as 2 dungeons. So I'm pretty sure that I can do that tonight. Or today, depending on where you are in the world watching this. But yeah, shouldn't be too big of a problem. Especially because of the fact that I have a secret weapon that I have sort of been preparing. Not specifically for this, but just in general, because I am starting to get close, like hitting 90, and I'm thinking I don't want to waste MSQ XP on a character that has hit max level. So I've gone ahead and done some leveling on Paladin. Gotten that to 70. Because I feel like healer, I'm not that confident in basically playing that. At least not with any of the ones that I have currently available. Any of them that matter right now. I will say Scholar, I am fucking terrible at that. White Mage I can kind of figure out, but apparently it's gotten a little bit in terms of power. Astrologian I kind of like, and I have no idea how to play Sage. But yeah, I basically decided that I just wanted to level up Paladin. So why is that? So let me just what? What? Okay, apparently that hasn't been turned on or something. Oh well, but yeah, I basically have Paladin leveled up to 70. It has full Poetics gear for level 70, so yeah, my secret weapon for dungeons today is basically, when I get to those, I'm queuing up as tank. So I can skip those like 30-minute plus queues that I've had to deal with throughout all of Stormblood's MSQ thing. Hey there, Jinjin. I need to go and grab some water then, because I don't have any water or anything to drink really next to me, so I need to go and get something for the hydrate ready. Give me a second while I go and do that. Okay. I got water. I should honestly just start preparing for this. Because it seems like I'm getting more and more water redeemed, so I should honestly just prepare to have some water. Even, like, no matter what stream it is. But, yeah. Cheers. Alright. But yeah. Basically just gonna queue up as Paladin / tank for those two dungeons that are in the current, or that I'm gonna hopefully do during today's stream. I do have to make sure that I read the strats more carefully though, because I feel like when it comes to basically doing dungeons as DPS, you don't necessarily need to focus as much on learning the mechanics before the fight, because you can usually just find things out as you go, because you may just need to keep doing your rotation. I feel like as a tank you might need to pay a little bit more attention to those things before, since you kind of need to make sure that you don't die while basically getting pummeled by everything. So yeah, gonna have to make sure that I read the information a little bit more thoroughly, I think. But yeah, anyway, before we get started on all of the MSQ stuff though, I have a few things I need to do. I need to basically go and do the blue quest for the Ananta and Namazu. And we also have the, what are those called again? Dome and Enclave reconstruction effort. I basically ended up donating a ton of elegant bronze pieces or silver pieces to them. I basically had the first sort of milestone, I guess. And apparently, when you hit milestones where progress will happen on building stuff, you cannot donate anymore, which is a little bit annoying. So yeah, I haven't been able to really do any donating because Mitzvah basically at the next progress thing, and that happened on the same thing that I unlocked it. So yeah. Oh wait, I just realized something. I don't have the text-to-speech thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to quickly try something, because I kinda want that. So let me just quickly try and check something here. I basically need to shut down the game, and let me just quickly check over. Is it one? Let me just check something here. Hmm. Let me just. Wait, I don't seem to be able to find any information there. Let me just try and boot this thing up again and see if it wants to load that stuff. And please, phone, work with me. Don't stop complaining about my finger not being clean or the touchpad not being clean. I don't care. Okay, let's type in the one-time password and see if shit wants to work. Okay. I don't seem to see any indication that it necessarily worked. Because I don't see a specific thing showing up. This is a bit annoying. Hopefully I can get this fixed. Because this is annoying. I really want the text to talk plugin. So otherwise I'm gonna have to read everything on my own. And I really don't want to have to do that. Then this stream might not be able to finish within, or I might not be able to finish up the MSQ. Okay, let's see here. Okay, it's showing those things, and okay, we are back in business. Okay, let me just switch back over here. Okay, so that's getting the color that it should have, and text-to-speech works, or at least should in theory work.
Good to see you again, Shauna. Kozakura tells me you've been quite generous of late. On behalf of all of us, I thank you. As you can see, we've got the frames up now. Just the bones of what's to come, but perhaps it's easier than before to imagine how that stall over there will one day be a proper kitchen. Unfortunately, we've yet to address the poor supply issue. While it's true we've no shortage of rice and a few varieties of vegetables, some river fish as well, there's little else of note. The land here's always been well suited to rice cultivation, and you can't blame a farmer for taking advantage of that, but a man can't live off rice and nothing else. Hunting was more viable in the past, but these days you can't go more than halfway down the road to the next village without tripping over a shikigami or worse. Not much game to be found, at any rate, unless you're keen to try cooking koja, and I'm not. Which leaves fish and whatever livestock we can raise on our own, which is not nearly enough to meet our needs.
Brother, can you stand? Speak to me. I have no strength to rise, brother. The void within my belly is all-consuming. Leave me. Only the Firewalker matters. The Bujiga must thrive. Mine own vision grows dim, brothers. So distracted was I by the Lupin's lengthy lectures that I paid no heed to my growing hunger. I fear we are undone. Too far from the steppe have we come to return for rations, and I have yet to see a single sheep in this stronghold.
I say, you lot look as though you are in dire need of a meal. We've got rice balls to spare, if you like.
You would share with us your food? We would be eternally grateful. Delicious, delicious. I have emerged from dark into light, and my full belly now basks in the sun. In shape and color it reminds me of buas, though it lacks any sort of filling.
Buas, the Zala delicacy, I presume. A steamed dumpling or some such. They're a fair bit different, but you can use all sorts of things as filling for rice balls. Miso-flavored meat is one of my personal favorites, in fact. Unfortunately, we're having trouble securing a steady supply of meat at the moment.
Unconscionable. Without meat, your bodies will not grow strong and robust. A Bujiga who does not eat meat is no Bujiga. The traders of the steppe are rich in that which you lack, and will gladly trade meat for your produce. In gratitude for your kindness, let us make introductions on your behalf.
Well, far be it from me to refuse. Wait until the Shizenkai hears about this.
Our tribe, the Bujiga, will gladly give you all the meat that you desire. If you will give us the one you call Hein.
Sure, why not? You're asking a bit much.
That's putting it lightly. That said, from what I have heard, Lord Hein often speaks of his time with the mole quite fondly. But even if the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, I doubt he'd go with you for all the buas in the steppe.
Construction of the 10,000 stalls is proceeding apace, and talks with the traders of Reunion may soon lead to a wider variety of foodstuffs. As you continue to contribute to the Shaizenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
Okay, so I should be able to donate now? Yep, before it basically had like said something about like not being able to donate. So let's see here, let's donate that, and can't quite do that amount. Okay, let's
On behalf of the Shaizenkai, Shauna, I thank you for your support. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the enclave.
okay. Got a bit more of a kitchen set up.
Owing to your many contributions, the 10,000 stalls have seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shaizenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
I guess maybe I hit the 40,000 amount? I don't know. Let me try and see here. I need around 18,000 that I need to donate. Let's see here. We'll just split this into 20. How much would that? That would be 12,000. Just donate that. Get another cutscene.
On behalf of the Shaizen, as you may recall, several Bujiga tribesmen offered to provide introductions to Zala traders in Reunion. Subsequent negotiations went well, and we have at last begun to receive shipments of foodstuffs and other goods from the steppe. Mitsuba can tell you more, and I expect she would like very much to do so.
Okay. I believe it should now be saying, yep, currently not accepting donations because we need to go in and see Mitsuba. We no longer have the stoves, pots there. Have been placed in there. What the fuck? And a pot. They have dumplings. And they upgraded a bit. Got some skewers. Tea.
What do you think, Shauna? We've come a long way from a pile of sticks, wouldn't you say? Care for a steamed bun? We have a selection from which you may choose, from meat-filled ones prepared in the Zala fashion, to more traditional Doman ones packed full of vegetables, to others with a sweet bean paste filling. Or if you'd rather have a heaping helping of rice with a bowl of soup, my man on the right can sort you out. It's got plenty of radish, just the way rich folks like it. By the kami, the smell alone is enough to feed the soul. And it's all thanks to you, my friend. We couldn't have come this far without your help.
Begging your pardon, but are you Mistress Mitsuba? The one in charge of the stalls? I'm here on behalf of the village of Isari.
I'm Mitsuba. You've business with me, then? Let's hear it.
Well, we were hoping you might consider entering an agreement, whereby we would supply you with local goods. Not just for fish, mind. Shellfish, seaweed, if it's in the Ruby Sea, we can deliver it to your doorstep. As much as you're willing to pay for.
That's quite the offer, and one I've little reason to refuse, but it's quite sudden and surprising. I wasn't aware of any seasonal surplus.
Oh, there's no surplus. Our catch is the same as always. Rather, we've got more helping hands. A certain collective, you might say. It's the Confederacy, mistress. They're eager to trade the bounty of the sea for that of the land, vegetables, meat, spirits. Mostly spirits, I'd wager.
So that's the way of it. Even a pirate grows tired of the usual fare, especially when the usual fare is kelp or something wrapped in it. I see no reason to refuse you and your partners. After all, they were indispensable in the liberation of our homeland. Giving them a taste of Yangtze is the very least we can do to repay them. The bounty of the sea, you said? I can't stop thinking about what we could serve. Boiled or blackened, or served raw, even, if we get it fresh enough. You've got octopus, yes? It's been too long since I had octopus.
I could have a barrel of Yuzujinu octopus delivered here today if you like. And judging from that ravenous look on your face, I gather you would. Construction of the 10,000 stalls is proceeding apace, and trade with the pirates and fishermen of the Ruby Sea should soon lead to a wider variety of foodstuffs. As you continue to contribute to the Shizenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
I think the fact that they don't just like go to another step where it's like done, because you can see up here that we're not done quite with the roof yet. These stalls, so that one that's empty, so on. Okay, so I need to donate. What's like 6,000 more. So let's see here. If I go with, let's say 8. What's that? Okay, can't do that. Let's take 2 more. $6,000.
On behalf of the Shizen,
Okay, who has been upgraded?
I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the enclave.
Okay, so that's someone you need to talk to. You got lambs, the roof is done. Ooh, I think that's candy, probably. And I also have fish and fruits.
Owing to your many contributions, the 10,000 stalls have seen further development.
They even have stuff on the tables now.
As you continue to contribute to the Shizenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
I hope that,
Kind of curious.
though
The Enclave.
as for the enclave,
See
perhaps
this?
this map will give you a sense of how much progress we have made thus far.
Okay. That should change, like, how it looks as we go further with the whole donation thing, but Yeah, I can only get like donate 80 worth gil. That's 200 ones. That's a bit too much. I don't think I have anything I can sell them that would be like way above what they way above. I would need basically something that sells like 60, I believe. Maybe not 60 actually. It is 60. I'm not entirely sure, but I basically just need like something around 80 in order to get the next donation going, I guess. Anyway. Let's see, we have... That was an answer that I need to complete some quest for. So let's go to Alchemist and head over to the Namasu. Just going to do their quest. Okay, into the fire.
Attendees love our Finzon activities. Just look at that one over there, who seems most loath to let go of his horse. But we cannot afford to rest in our jars just yet. You see, our dramatic demise, our painful annihila. Oh, I forgot to call Guri and Gifun. One moment, please. I have summoned you all here for one reason. Yes, yeah. I assume this will again be some nonsense about dreams and prophecies. You must recall that I cautioned you against eating unidentified plant matter. If it comes from the ground, it is food. Yes, yes. Just because I was rendered violently ill, incapacitated for a fortnight by those green mushrooms does not mean... Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, yes. I have continued to see our greatest grandsire in my dreams. Though the dreams of your addled mind are immaterial to my goal of enlightening one and all, I have identified an aspect in which our festival is lacking compared to those of our ancestors. That is fantastic, Seijutsu the Enlightened. Yes, yes. Though I cannot help but worry that you are about to. Allow me to elaborate in detail. Culture is an ever-evolving beast, you see. The radicalization of culture, in particular, results in unique cultural expressions that outsiders struggle to comprehend. When it is applied to ritual, festivals become true carnivals of the bizarre. Given that our ancestors' festivals were known as unforgettable spectacles, should we not assume they had a fair few radical elements? In which case, our event must needs include at least one uniquely memorable ritual if we are to carry on their legacy. That actually sounds interesting. I am most intrigued. What happens in these rituals that everyone finds so strange? I haven't the foggiest. Religious rituals are secretive by nature, my dear Gyoshin. Perhaps it is my own fault. Yes, yes. I neglected to remember Gifun's unhelpfulness. I suppose we will put this matter to rest for now. Call it a day. Now, hold on a moment. Your lack of intellectual curiosity is no fault of mine. The correct response would be to acknowledge our need to engage in further research. Occidentalism makes mention of a Charlayan society devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. One of their number might be privy to the information we seek. One such as yourself must know Charlayans of the intellectual persuasion we require. Preferably someone wizened, with arcane knowledge, who is also an expert in rituals. Surely you know a few fitting that profile?
I'm thinking Estola?
Master Matoya in Dravania, you say?
Or her.
Yes, she sounds ideal. It is so convenient that you foreigners all know each other.
Yeah, I completely forgot about Matsuya.
Yes, yes. She sounds most convenient. Much more useful than Gifun. I hate, really hate, to ask, but could you convey me to Master Matoya's in your bag?
Well, guess off to Isleshire then. Let's see, Isleshire. Get out the western gate. Oh, and there's apparently a fate that's about to start down here, which is Metal Gear's Rising. Which basically is part of like an achievement. I believe it's like Metal Gear's Revengeance 2, yeah. I think there's like 3 fates you need to do. There's, I'm guessing, Slave Tricks, the Animus will basically start the first one, which is Metal Gear Rising, and then they'll just continue until you get to Metal Gear Revengeance 2, or whatever it was called. Where is this? Hey, Matoya, here's a Namazu. You're gonna want to, like, eat him or something.
Is this the place? Please tell me this is the place. Hello, hello. Are you Master Matoya? I am relieved to see you so moist, so slimy. From Shauna's description, you sounded most dry and intimidating. Eager to get off on the wrong foot, aren't we? Oh no. The scary lady is Master Matoya? I am so sorry. Most apologetic. I was confused. Well, since you and your bumbling companion have already disrupted my routine, I suppose I'll hear you out. I presume you've a reason for coming here other than to annoy me? Oh, the world is hardly short on carnivals of the bizarre. Competitive cheese rolling, fertility rituals where the bride gets whacked with a stick. I tell you, if someone tried that with me, they'd be out, and whatever nonsense you can imagine, someone's getting up to it. But if you seek to avert a calamitous fate, I trust you'll want to do better than those half-baked traditions. For a truly memorable spectacle, you'll want to revive a ceremony so terrible, so horrible that few would dare to even whisper of it. One so steeped in evil that men swore never again to perform it.
And what is that?
Oh, evil. Darkness. Tell me more. Tell me more. If you shrink not from these horrors, I assume you are prepared to not only sully your hands, but your very soul.
It's gonna be something really, really silly, I'm assuming.
Yes, yes. I will save the Namazu, even if I must endure a never-ending celebration. Even if I must work my fins to the bone. Color me impressed. Confused, but impressed. I'll prepare a simple manuscript on forbidden rituals for you. Just stay put. Have some tea. Do whatever it is you name as a do. Here we are. Only 300 pages, but it should serve. Thank you, thank you. Ah, right. Tea makes name as a tipsy. Lucky you. It's a miracle they've survived this long. Well, back in the sack with him.
I'm sorry, what? That was to get drunk off tea? What? What? How? How? There isn't any alcohol in tea, as far as I know. Unless, of course, you spice it up a little bit, but still, how? Okay. Deliver the ocean then.
Fresh air at last. You might want to wash that. It smells like vomit in there.
Probably because of you, I'm assuming.
Anyway, we should focus on this tome Matoya so kindly, most generously gave us. A manuscript penned by the Charlayan scholar herself? I must peruse it without delay. Yes, yes. It is most illuminating. So full of information on fascinating rituals that I can hardly decide which we should attempt. Relinquish that this instant. I must read it. Just a moment, please, please. This one is just so. Oh, but this one is also. Give it here, I say. Now. Now. Whoa. Wait, wait.
It ends up getting destroyed. Assuming. Wait, what the fuck?
Fascinating. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
What the fuck? Oh my, I have to say, I'm really loving the Namasu quests.
Alright?
The Namasu are so fucking stupid, and I love them. Like, they've probably been one of the more entertaining, like, beast tribes so far.
Yes, yes. There can be only one. No other. This wicker man is the perfect choice. We must incinerate a live sacrifice inside a massive effigy. It is the only way to avert total Namazu annihilation. Yes, yes.
What the fuck?
I dare say he ought to be stopped, but it may be unwise to anger him just now.
The fucking glowing eyes. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that we need to make something. components, I'm guessing.
To work, we require a large Namazu effigy. You must help me build it. You will not defy me, no, no. You will find materials to create fuel in the crate. I expect you to bring me the most flammable you have ever made. Yes, yes. Hirie will be the one collecting the components, all 107 of them. So speak to her when you are ready. You sift through the corn.
Grab that. Component effigy. Effigy components, rather.
Yoshin seems a bit odd. Though I suppose he is always odd.
Okay, hand those over.
Ah, the final component. Thank you, thank you. Now let us see what comes of this.
Okay, that's pretty big.
Wow, it is like looking into a stream. A reflection staring back at me. Most imposing. Quite impressive. Yoshin, are you not forgetting something? Yet again? The live sacrifice, you imbecile. Oh. Thank you so much for volunteering. I most certainly am not volunteering. Should it not be the artist who sees his work through to the end? Well, I am quite sure, indeed confident that Shauna provided the most important parts. Oh, for the big one's sake. You need not be in such a hurry to set each other aflame. According to Matoya's manuscript, a cloth doll is a perfectly acceptable substitute for the sacrifice. Yes, yes. I set my fins to sewing a few some time ago. And I followed the instructions to the letter, so they should be more than sufficient. Hirie, you are a lifesaver. Let us get this fire started.
With the eyes spin. What?
In 7 years, the Namazu were fated to fall deeply in debt, and be doomed to work ceaselessly as slaves for the sinister soy sauce mogul, Kageyama. Many would have died. However, the oversized Namazu effigy will, over the course of 7 years, come to be known far and wide as a uniquely bizarre spectacle, and generate significant revenue from tourism. Unbeknownst to all, the Namazu will be spared the grievous tragedy that could have consumed them, and their fate continues to change for the better.
I dare say it is impossible to discern the meaning or purpose behind this peculiar ritual. Indeed, it is nothing less than the epitome of enlightenment. You have achieved sworn reputation with the Namazu. New Namazu Beast Tribe daily quests are now available from Seijutsu the Enlightened at Joro-Ilo. Furthermore, you will be able to undertake these additional quests will become available at you now have access.
Alright, we can buy more stuff now at least. Got in the right up barrel. Still Waters Socialite. Okay, so we can basically now do more quests, and we can also buy something new. Okay, you can get the auto nearly cloth. Used to make a wind up Magni or Magni. And Namazu E. Alright. I can just absolutely feel that I've been hit with that extreme tiredness that I have sort of come to expect from the Final Fantasy streams, especially on Fridays. Holy shit, do I suddenly feel tired? Like to the point where I'm having like trouble with my eyes open. So I'm thinking of maybe quickly heading out and making myself some tea so I can try and wake up a bit. I will go to the Ananta area first though. Just because might as well. Might as well switch over to Ninja as well. Yeah, I'll just go out, make some tea. Sec. That is a hunt mark. I basically have all of the hunts accepted right now, but I just haven't gone around and done them yet. And then I'll just position myself next to Alpha. We will be doing Chance of Gales. Yeah, we will just come back here and do our quest here in a little bit of time once I've gone and made myself some tea and actually hopefully can wake up from like being about to fall asleep. God, I want to be able to actually like focus on the story and not half asleep. Jesus Christ, I hate doing that during the stream. Yeah. Let's just go over to this scene. just do that so it doesn't play audio from anyone else, like footsteps and whatnot. So yeah, I'll be back in maybe like 10-ish minutes. Shouldn't be any longer than that. Maybe 15, I don't know yet, but yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, some tea, and hopefully be more awake, so I'm not feeling like I'm about to fall asleep. Even though it's only been like an hour that I've been streaming. Jesus Christ. Anyway, see you guys here in a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just need to make sure that I had some tea so I could make sure that I don't fall asleep. So I'm... Basically, there's the whole problem with me having to wake up at like 4 in the morning. And then work for 8 hours. Taking me 5 today, but still. It makes me tired when I have to start streaming then. Anyway. Let's get started on this quest.
Good to see you, Shauna. You know, I'd say our work is progressing quite nicely. There's still time left, but even if Mother were to arrive tomorrow, I think she'd be impressed.
Isn't it a bit early to be saying that? The work needs to be finished before she comes back. We'd have a hard time convincing your mother with the place as it is now. Of course, the castellum is no longer under threat of demolition, and the griffin statues are very nice. But it's still more or less the same as when we arrived.
What about the old storerooms we converted into overnight lodgings?
Yes, I was just getting to that. As you doubtless know from personal experience, Shauna, this whole area is crawling with dangerous creatures, many of which are more active at night. Adventurers and soldiers can hold their own against them, but merchants and returning refugees are easy targets. We'll be seeing a lot more of them now that the Garleans have withdrawn. That's why I suggested that we put down some beds in the old storerooms. I haven't actually had a look yet, but I'm sure Alpa took care of it. There are probably a few things that need improving, though. If we ask someone who's actually spent the night here, we can get their opinion.
That visitor from Gridania who slept here should still be about. Why don't we start with him?
Okay. So, let's be with the Gridanian merchant.
Can I help you? Having stayed overnight in our lodgings, would you say you slept well? I wasn't expecting to find anywhere to stay and I was full glad to be offered shelter. Otherwise, I'd have been traveling in the dark with only the beasts breathing down my neck to keep me warm. Having said that, I think it's a bit soon to be calling them lodgings. I would have appreciated something to lie on besides the floor. The floor? I heard that travelers preferred to sleep in proper beds, so I had some brought over from Virinalya. A bed? I didn't see anything like that.
Alpa? You did give them something to sleep on, didn't you?
Of course I did. Maybe it would be quicker if I just showed you. Wait here. That's
I
it.
guess.
Put it down over here. Yes, Captain.
Let me guess, it's not.
You had one of these in your room, didn't you? I did. Do you mean to say I'm supposed to sleep on that? Allow me to demonstrate.
Ah.
See. This is how we Ananta go to sleep. We just coil up like this and we're perfectly comfortable.
I think she forgot that.
You scaly-pated imbecile. Do you think we can just coil up like that? Get up, would you?
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Fine. We'll help you, Captain Alpa. And on that note, I bid you all farewell.
It's partly my fault, I suppose. I should have made sure that Alpa knew what a guest room actually is first.
Yeah, probably.
To be honest, it's been a while since I stayed in a decent inn myself, so I'm probably not in any position to give proper advice. Any thoughts?
We could head to a village with one and ask around. I think Bill's character like a cold, hard floor, say. Let's ask a village.
Come to think of it, there are several inns for travelers in Alagairi.
Good idea. We might find Simeon who can come here to tell us what this place is missing.
Let's head to the inns in Alagairi.
Okay, how's Alagiri? Or Alagiri? However you're supposed to pronounce it, I have no idea. It's probably Alagiri. To be honest though. Okay, so let's see. Right here, yeah, I have no
Advice
idea.
on accommodation? Sorry, I'm needed here for the time being. Might be worth asking around though.
You want me to go all the way to Castellum Velodina? I'd love to help, but I've got my hands full here as it is.
Okay, and it's over in this general area. Ah, there we go. Garboat.
Lodgings, you say? You ought to try a skin people who used to work in Goodblade. Course, it's not more than rubble now, so the old residents are looking to apply their trades elsewhere. A bloke called Gales used to run an inn there and he took pride in his work. You should find him still moping around there.
Okay, go to Elbow.
They can't all be busy, can they? Did you find anyone? A man named Gales? And he was an innkeeper? Perfect. Let's go and look for him.
Okay, I'm guessing north. Yep. Ah, up there. And we have that fate rolling through here. Gales.
What brings you to Goodblade? Or rather, what's left of it? Oh, I see. You say my advice may prove beneficial? It's very kind of you to ask, but I should warn you, failure seems to follow me everywhere I go.
He's a ray of sunshine, isn't he?
Since the fall of Goodblade, I've tried working elsewhere. It never seems to last long because everyone takes such a disliking to me. I can't say I blame them. I'm no good to anyone. Scanning. Scanning. Target movement detected.
Okay, that's from the fate.
But we heard you were a first-rate innkeeper. You should put that experience to good use by helping us. If you say so. I'm just worried that I'll go all the way to the Castellum only for you to change your minds and turn me away. It would be just my luck. We wouldn't do that. We need you. Let's head for the Castellum. I'll explain more on the way.
Okay. Off to the Peering Stones. I'm surprised that it's not the end of the quest. I talked to Gales. Kinda assumed that it might have been.
Oi. You scrawny little turd. Are these supposed to be guest rooms? It's an insult. Is something amiss, Gales? You're bloody right, something's amiss. Why would anyone torture themselves by sleeping in this shithole? That bed's not fit for a chocobo. And that's another thing, where are the chocobos meant to stay?
So this is why he has trouble keeping a job.
Alright, Gales, I hear you loud and clear. I'll do whatever it takes to turn this place around. You know bugger all about how to treat guests, but you've got the right attitude. Let's get to work. Like I was saying, there's nothing for Chocobus at all, so we'll start with that. We need a stable and troughs for food and water. Oi! You over there. Is there any wood or metal we can use?
Not really, no. I know a few places we might be able to get some, though. I'll arrange to have some timber collected. Shauna, there should be some piles of scrap metal over at Castellum Corvi. Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to lug it back here by yourself. The other gatekeepers can take care of that. I just need you to prepare it for transport. We should have a Merid crush it underfoot to break it into smaller pieces. If you speak with Daxhina, she should be able to get one ready. She's just outside the gate.
Okay. Going to speak with Daxhina.
You wish to ride the Merid? For what purpose? I see. Crushing a few steel plates should pose no difficulty for a Merid. They are even stronger than they look. Should you be separated from the Merid, it will return to me of its own volition. Once the work is complete, you may dismount as you please.
Okay, can I fly out? Yep. Let's see, I like the fact that all mounts are basically just like flying mounts. You need them to be.
What strength? I wouldn't want to get on a Merid's bad side, that's for sure. We'll carry the scrap back to Castellum Velodina. You can go ahead and wait with Gales and the others.
Okay. So we'll just dismount. And head on back over and complete the quest.
You're back. Where's the scrap? It'll be here soon. I can't wait. I'll make the best Chocobo stables you've ever bloody seen.
I think they also got some new beds.
But first, I'll get Alpa to make some beds. And if she buggers it up, I'll have her guts for garters. So, what do you think? Not bad, eh? I made all the sheets myself too. Weaving is another specialty of the Ananta, you know. Compared to the headdresses and clothing we usually make, this was simple. To be honest, there's no point having a skill if you don't know what to do with it. That's why I'm glad Gales is here. I'd be lost without his advice. But I'm equally clueless when it comes to the Ananta. I've lived in Gyrobanya my whole life and I know next to nothing about them. We may have our differences, but we share a common tongue. We can learn a lot from each other. Yes, I think so too. You've really made a difference here, Shauna. I'm sure I'll need your help when more people start passing through our gates. That reminds me, I should try out one of the new beds. When I first met Alba and heard she was captain of the Velodina Gatekeepers, I didn't know what to expect. It was worth the journey though.
I'm glad he's calmed down a bit.
I guess it's not as sturdy as it looks.
I just hope her mother doesn't show up now.
After what happened to Goodblade, I thought I was finished. Alpa asking me to come here could be the fresh start I've been looking for.
Okay. So I guess we're just slowly turning this into an inn of some sort. Or travel. Rest stop thing, I don't know. I wonder if we can use this as an inn.
Guest rooms have been added to Castellum Velodina. You have achieved respected new Vera Beast. Furthermore, these additional, you now have access.
More things I can buy. Nice. Okay. So we got bedroom or guest rooms over here, I guess. Scales. Can I talk to you?
These rooms have been set aside for those passing through the Castellum. The soldiers stay in the garrison, while adventurers are asked to make their own arrangements.
Okay, so we can't use them. So no. Okay, let's see here. What new stuff is available? False nails, that's not new. Ballroom etiquette. It's the charmed emote and keepers of the lock. Might as well just get both of those. Alright, so we now have emote, or facial response, I guess. Now I have the charmed emote. Nice. Alright, let me just quickly. It was pugilist, yep. And let's put that one there. Yep. Okay. Oh, that's all the beast tribe stuff that I want to do. Just need to do their, like the 6 dailies for both the Bonanza and Namasu here later tonight. So I guess just head over to Ferdinand's Toll and continue with the MSQ. That is my main goal today, and I've already spent like almost an hour and a half on beast tribe stuff and trying to fix things and having to go and get some tea because I was about to fall asleep. All that sort of shit. But at least now we're finally at the MSQ part, so let's go on down here. Talk to LSA. Okay, so Sisterly Acts. We get some choices for food or just silver piece. Let's just go with that one.
Oh, Shauna. If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Weishtala is still investigating primals in the Far East, then Kret is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alpha Nod is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad.
Begging your pardons. I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it.
My lady. The Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of ASEAN interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamagan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect ASEAN involvement, and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action.
Thanks for the raid there, Adam. And welcome everyone from Adam's stream. I don't actually remember. Do I have a... I don't really use a whole lot, but do I have a shout out command? I do not remember if I have that. Give me a second, just quickly need to check. Over in my commands, because I do not remember if I have that. Okay, I think let me just quickly try see if this works. I don't actually know if I've even tested it out. Okay, it does work. Nice. It's been a while since you stopped by. How's it going? It's going well. I'm just currently doing some more of the Stormblood patch MSQ. Because, yeah, I have like 14 quests left and 2 dungeons. And I thought, might as well try and finish that up today. I have just spent like the first hour and a half though on doing like some Beast Tribe stuff in Stormblood, and basically had to do like 2 quests for the Namasu and the Ananta. So I could unlock the next step in their rep, and I did some stuff with the Doman Enclave restoration thing. I don't remember exactly the name of it. And then I had to spend like 15 minutes making some tea because I was about to fall asleep. Because my current work has me waking up at like 4 in the morning. So I get very tired when I finally get around to actually streaming. And it's also like somewhat physical work, so I get just physically tired and also mentally tired. So I need some tea to basically wake myself up, because otherwise I would basically be like half asleep during some of the dialogue. But yeah. Also, thanks for the follow, Tommy. Heisto, I think it's pronounced. A very similar hoodie. Nice. Will be okay. I'm fine. I've basically been working there now like a month-ish. It's not really a job that I picked myself though, because let's see, Tommy is fine. Yeah, it's Heiso. Okay. Yeah, essentially, I live in Denmark, and I'm part of, or a member of, what is called an A-kasse. I don't remember what it's called in English right now, but it's essentially like I pay to that so that if I'm unemployed, I basically get money every month so I can live off that. And while I'm on that, or while I'm part of that and I'm unemployed, I basically have to take any job that's basically like offered to me. I cannot decline it. And the job center that I'm a member of basically went like, one day, hey, we have this job where you have to like assemble things and it's like not exactly the most appealing job. How would you feel about applying for that job? And due to the fact that I can't decline it, I kind of had to be like, sure, I can do that. And I was kind of hoping to not get the job, because we basically had to go to a job interview, like, I don't know, 10 people. And I was one of the, like, 5 people that were chosen. And I was a little bit annoyed at that. But I'm just still applying for more jobs to try and hopefully get something. You think you know what I'm talking about? It sucks, it's no fun being made to accept jobs. Yeah. Like, at least I don't have to like send out job applications, like being forced to do that all the time, but yeah, I'm still just sending out job applications to hopefully find something more interesting that I can do. But so far, I haven't had any luck with that. I did have one job interview, but they decided not to take me. So, yeah.
As the foremost authorities on our foe, your orders council would be most welcome.
Thank you, Tommy.
Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can.
Also, for anyone wondering why there's text-to-speech happening in the game, it's technically not allowed in the game, but it's basically plugins, and there's basically one just called text-to-talk. I use it because I tried reading the text, like all the quest text, all the way up until around the point where in the main, or in around the Born's story, I basically read the text myself all the way up to around when you deal with Garuda. For anyone who has played Final Fantasy XIV Around the Born, you might know around where that is. It basically destroyed my voice. I felt like my voice was always just hurting after reading all the text. Then I found this, and it's basically been a godsend ever since, because it makes it way easier to deal with the text. Only problem is just that the text-to-speech is kind of dumb sometimes and doesn't know how to pronounce certain things. For example, the word sylph, it has no idea how to pronounce that, so it just spells it out. I don't know why, because it's able to pronounce sylphic, but not sylph. I don't get it. It's kind of a little bit of a joke on the stream that it's just like the text-to-speech is just dumb sometimes and mispronounces names and things like that, but it kind of works.
With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust?
I'll rather not. Of course I will. Might as well. Sure.
There you have it. We accept the invitation.
Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave.
Okay.
I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we?
Ben Cred. What's going on, man?
What?
All right. Just be careful on the road back. Yeah, here.
Did I hear right, Ryal? Is then Cred coming back?
That he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence.
Ooh.
Bane in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamigan quarter.
Understood. Shauna and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off.
Okay. Off to Alamigo then. Get teleported there perhaps, or... Nope. Okay, so go and speak with Thancred. And see what news he has. Okay, and Alizé is already there.
You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
Which cutscene, I think?
God, I needed that.
I won't bother
Need to
telling
skip
you to
that.
catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes, an Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding in there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Okay. Speak with Alice. So, if I'm not mistaken, yep. The next, or the first dungeon we're going to be doing today is the burn. Should appear in the next quest, I believe.
Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphinaud's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hein a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn.
A sound plan. And Wishtala is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me.
Thank you, then Cred. Right, to Doma, then. We have much and more to share with Wishtala.
Okay, oh, Domin Enclave, and it does that whole thing. Domin Enclave. I still kind of dislike the fact that clicking on quest objective doesn't just like move me to the Domin Enclave map, but like, oh, here's the Yangsha like port thing. Like, it doesn't show this map unless I'm specifically in the Enclave. Otherwise, it just does the whole hey, it's here. That's fucking useless. Anyway, Weishta or Gestola.
That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out.
Thank you, my lady. You are most kind.
Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the despected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Miko-Tii with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key? They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief? Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yotsuya being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother. And thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being.
Okay.
Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals. As if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphanod?
He is in the burn. Or at least we assume that he is, or our character and Lassane does.
I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Waishtala. I should be glad of your help. Truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hein. Alisai puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kienkan.
Okay.
Lord Hot.
Yeah, he wants to see us. Okay, what do you have to say?
There you are. I've apprised Hein of the situation. My report can wait. Finding Alphanod must take priority.
But you, Yukiri?
I should not have allowed Master Alphanod to leave without an escort. But it avails us not to dwell on the past. We must focus on what can be done now.
Greetings, my friend. Alisai has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search. Even if Alphanod's trail does lead to the burn, of all places.
I'm just gonna grab the money and feel the burn.
The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind.
The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphanod might have gone there?
Mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alisai. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Shauna and I have our yills. Yujiri, will you ready falcons for the others?
I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations.
Okay. So, House of the Fierce. Oh, come on. let's hit the roof. Let's see here. Can't see if anything special to say.
We're coming for you, Alphanod.
Really?
Having named him an emissary of Doma, Lord Hein considers himself personally responsible for Master Alphanod's safety. Not I could say would sway him from joining the search. With such a steed to bear me to and fro, I could perform my fieldwork in a fraction of the time. Mayhap I shall try my hand at this Bardam's medal.
If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way.
Okay, the burn is now accessible. And I need to read up on the mechanics there, since I am, after all, going to be going in as tank. And I kind of want to know if there's anything I really need to look out for. Okay, so let's see. There is 3 bosses. Let's see here. The first boss. Take note of the 4 white crystals jutting from the ground, as these serve as shields for some of the boss's attacks. When the crystals explode after being hit by one of the boss's attacks, new crystals fall from the ceiling, but be prepared to move out of their way. Okay. There is an attack called Crystal Needle. That's a tank buster. Need to look out for that specifically. Hail Fire places a crosshair on a random target. After a short delay, the boss blasts sand at the targeted player, damaging the first thing it hits. Standing behind a crystal blocks all damage. All subsequent casts of Hailfire begin with the boss jumping to a random spot in the arena before targeting a player. Then there is Shardfall, area-wide, or arena-wide area of effect. Stand behind a crystal to protect yourself. Boss cast Dissonance immediately after this attack. Dissonance is another arena-wide area of effect. This time the safe zone is inside the boss's hitbox. Deals high damage and inflicts invulnerability up if it connects. Okay. Then there's Shard Strike, places an AoE marker on all players, spread out to avoid damage overlap. Also positioned as to not hit any of the crystals. Okay. Second boss. The boss's arena is smaller than most, and the left and right side of the arena are constantly burning. Okay, inflicting burn for as long as the player stands in it. Additionally, take note of the lanes in the area, or in the arena, is... No, take note of the lanes the arena is separated into. Okay. So there is Ether Chemical Flame. High party-wide damage. Mitigate and heal through this. There is Ether Chemical Coil. Tank Buster that hits an arc in front of the boss. Okay. So look out for that thing. Use mitigation. Prior to the next move, the boss will launch a glob of sludge towards a random player that inflicts leaden while inside of it. Okay. Then there is Full Throttle. The boss moves out of the arena, showing up with 5 smaller mining drones on one of the sides. Determine which of the smaller drones is sparking and does not have lights above it. Move into its lane. Getting run over by the drones, inflict heavy or inflict massive damage, and knockback guaranteed. Push you into the fire. Okay. There's Rock Busters. Summons Rock Busters on the sides of the arena that launch across in a straight line after a short time. Simply don't stand in front of them. Okay. And after a while, the boss summons a repurposed dreadnought that has the standard dreadnought attacks. I have no idea what that is. So we'll just see that. And then there's the final boss. There is a Rhyme Wreath. High piney white damage. Mitigate and heal through this. The boss will spam this attack when it isn't casting anything else. There's Frost Breath. 2 distinct attacks. Cast one after another. First attack targets a non-tank and damages everything in a line from the boss to the target player. The second marks the tank and hits a wide arc in the tank's direction. Several ice puddles appear in the arena. The attack hits. The attack itself inflicts a dispellable frostbite. Other puddles also inflict frostbite for as long as the player stands in them. Okay. Fog Plume. Star Area. Effect attack. I don't know what that means exactly. Star Area of Effect. I'll probably figure that out once I get there, or once it appears, I guess. On a random target after the initial attack hits. 4 arena-wide line AoEs originating from the first attack's landing point will appear. Later in the fight, the boss will target 2 players with this ability in addition to taking damage. The attack traps those hit by it in blocks of ice called Mist. The Mist prevents movement, but can be attacked by other players. Bring those trapped inside. Vaporize. The boss turns into mist in the center of the arena. 3 Draconic Regard, I think. Ats will spawn and tether to the boss. To attack the boss in this form will cause it to counterattack, freezing the offending player in mist. Okay. Then there's Cold Fog, an area of effect centered on the boss's mist form that gradually expands, slaying all the ads. Will prevent the attack's area from expanding further. There's Deep Fog. The arena becomes shrouded in thick fog that gives an indefinite drowsy debuff, and the boss leaves the arena. The boss will spray a wide line through the center of the arena with ice, dealing high damage and freezing anyone caught in it. The boss will swoop twice before the fog disappears or disperses. And then there's Touchdown. A proximity marker will appear on the ground, indicating where the mist or where the boss is about to slam down. Free anyone still trapped in the mist, and move as quickly as you can to the opposite side of the arena. Okay, so I basically just need to... The 2 first bosses, I just need to look out for Crystal Needle and Etherochemical Coil. And on the last boss, I just need to make sure that I don't attack it while its Vaporize is up, and just keep it facing away from enemies, or from the others, I guess. So yeah. This should go a lot faster in terms of queue time than I'm used to while doing these dungeons for the MSQ, because I've had like an hour-long queue at some points. I think several times. Specifically looking back at the first trial, which I'm forgetting the name of now, the Pool of Tribute. That was like an hour-long queue. Wait, I think it was like I finally got the queue to pop just as it was like about to be the time where it would end the stream. It was kind of like, great, time to do this one and then head to bed. And I think it was also at the end of my like 12-hour stream, so I was just tired. Or maybe, actually, was it 12? And now I think about it, it was a 12-hour stream that I did that time. Oh, so I'm just waiting for this queue to pop, which hopefully that like less than 5 minutes is correct. Hoping at least that is the case. Guess I can maybe buff off with some, at least not really buff up, but just get like the XP bonus. Just might as well get some more XP on Paladin. I'm assuming the reason why I'm not getting an instant queue pop is probably because, like, being in, I don't know, Stormblood, or probably just Heaven's Ward and a buff. Probably slower queue times. So because I think a lot of players are just like, for the most part, in, I don't know, either Realm Reborn stuff or like Endwalker stuff. Maybe Shadowbringers. I don't know. But I'm thinking that Heaven's Ward and Stormblood is probably not as like populated by players in terms of like people queuing for things. Curiosity killed the catfishes up. Can't do it though, because that is a group one. Just while we wait, I can go around a little bit and see if I can find some. Oh, never mind. I was about to go and see if I could find some sightseeing spots, but I guess don't need to do that. Okay, just gonna wait for the DPS. Okay.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
I hope these cutscenes aren't extremely long.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
I really hate, like, delaying, like, party members. Okay. So I have no clue what to expect here, apart from, I guess, the mechanics from the bosses. Yes, we just keep moving up to this one. And it looks like what we need to kill enemies at. Got some crystal enemies. This is probably a good place to wait this out. Nice. Ooh. Okay, and first boss. That was Needle something that I need to look out for, and I don't really remember most of the other mechanics. I just need to make sure that I use like defensive cooldowns when that happens. Okay, that was the hide. Into the boss, and our Dragoon is getting low on health. And our Dragoon died. Nice. And apparently there's a live stream happening soon. Final Fantasy 1. Community stream, or community team live stream apparently. Gonna assume that nope, that we can't progress much further than this right now. It's not until we kill the enemies. Okay, so up this way. That's a big AoE. So we'll just go into this room as well. Nice. Okay. So it was the coil thingy that I need to look out for. Okay, so there's supposed to... Ah, this one. Doesn't use the toilet tank hit or... Oh, there it is. So we'll just stand here. Yep. And I think someone just got a level. Okay, I'm just getting a bunch of items. Thinking possibly don't want to pull too many things here because I don't know too much about these guys yet. Like these enemies, so just want to not pull too much in case they actually end up being extremely dangerous. Oh, I also couldn't pull anymore. Didn't see that. Makes a bit more sense than to stop there. Might not be possible to actually go any further now. Got that stuff. And our dragon died. Oh, okay, that's a lot. Come on, buddy. Just die. Just there. There we go. Nice. And another earring. Let's just scream on that. Oh, and boss. Or final boss, rather. Mist Dragon. Okay, Falcon. Oh, star shapes. Okay, one of those. Okay, that's bad. Okay. Rhyme Wraith, I believe. Okay, that's just anything vaporized. Okay, stop attacking. And also kind of stay away from it. Okay, assuming they don't actually focus on anyone, so just damage. Okay. Did the crossbreak attack. Oh boy, okay. Okay, I don't understand how the fuck those patterns work. Okay, fog. What's the droopsy thing? Oh. Shit. Okay. It's gonna... Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Healer, you better be quick with that. Okay, the frost spread attack stuff. I was just about to die there. I just noticed that my health was like very, very low there. Nice. Didn't completely screw it up. Give it accommodation, and I got the loot. Nice. And let me guess. Cutscene. We maybe find Alphino. But maybe assume.
Ah, there you are.
Turn that on.
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Do we get to explore the burn, or is it just going to be cutscenes?
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
Alphino's fine, I'm sure of it. We don't know that yet. Don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Okay. what that, like, we could see some sort of like structure. It looked a bit weird. I'm assuming that's probably elegant in nature or something. I don't know, but I'm assuming it's most likely is.
Forgive me, I need a moment. On present evidence, we have no reason to fear the worst. More than that I cannot say. We are no closer to establishing Master Alphinaud's whereabouts, and the suggestion of an Imperial plot only compounds matters. We have much to consider.
Okay, let me just switch over to Ninja so I can get that XP on
Well,
Ninja.
that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you?
Okay, Shadows in the Empire.
I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence.
Do not let us keep you then.
Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the scions, at least, none I should be happy to receive.
Of course, if you think it will be useful.
Thank you. Let us return to my manor, then.
Okay.
Lord High.
Damn. Lord Hine wants to see us. This could be a voiced cutscene. Look like it. Oh, Lise.
Lise! What brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows, most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys, you have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Ooh.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Okay.
That the Alliance would extend an invitation to Doma bespeaks the depth of their concern. Nor are they misguided. If Garlemald has fallen under Ascian control, the threat we face is incalculable. Don't worry. Alphanod's been through countless trials and come out stronger every time. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. Yujiri assures me the task of searching is best left to her comrades. I shall trust to their experience and focus on what I can do. While we are happy to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance, there are many things that Doma must do alone.
My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course.
Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance.
As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was unofficial business. I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must.
There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting, then. Shauna? I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private.
Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime.
Okay.
Great. I'll wait for you at the docks.
Okay, down to the docks then. I wonder what Lys actually wants to talk about. So, what do you want to talk about, Lise? Also, is this gonna be a cutscene? It is. Is it gonna be a voiced one? Nope.
Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about.
Not quite.
Elisai. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Elisai I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalimo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Elisai has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright?
Sure. Okay. Another hydrate, really? Pour myself some water. Go. Alright. So, leave it to me. You got nothing. You have nothing to worry about? Seriously? Leave it to me. Let's just go with that one.
Thank you, Shauna. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Al Amigo.
Yep. And back to hide. Ian. I'm just gonna teleport because I feel like I move very slowly in the Enclave. It doesn't seem like there's any speed boosts or anything.
Lord.
Wait.
Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
Is it gonna be a voice cutscene? Could be. Camera angles seem to indicate maybe.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships, lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
What?
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
Oh?
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
And 83. I doubt I have learned anything new. Yep, it's only at 86 that I learned. That's Hollow Osuchi, and then I need to wait until 90 in order to get Forked and Fleeting Raiju. But I do get some more traits. Next level I get more Ninki Gauge from Aeolian Edge and Armor Crush. And Spinning Edge, Gut Slash, Aeolian Edge, and Armor Crush get a potency boost. Let's see. Most of them seem to get a. Let's see. Spinning Edge gets a. What's that? 30? Boost of 30 potency to. Its Gut Slash gets 60. That is pretty big, actually. Aeolian Edge is 40. Not as big of a potency boost, but still. And Armor Crush is also 40. Slightly smaller, but still. We'll make the flank combo potency 400. Nice. Alright. Again, we got some more foods and just money.
It is settled, then. I will journey to the Azim steppe with the Scions. Yujiri and Hakuro, I leave our other neighbors to you.
My apologies, but I won't be joining you.
Okay.
I am no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garlund Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections.
Carrying the burn. Come on, LSA. You not get Tadaru to do it. Let's go with this one.
I'm sure she'd love the burn. Joking aside, I was planning to enlist her help with organizing everything, but we'll still need a scion on the ground. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll manage without me. Good luck.
Okay.
Just the three of us, then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion?
Power in Slumber. It's apparently the name of the quest. Okay, still low.
So this is the Azim steppe. The tales do not do it justice.
If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
Up there. Is that a voice cutscene, perhaps? Look like it.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, And venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Hey. Wait a sec. Just had to cough really bad there. Didn't want to make the mic peak seeing him like a whole lot.
From here, we shall travel to Molilo. There we may ask Sirena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe.
Okay. So, going to speak with Serena. That's actually not a bad piece of armor, to be honest. And I just noticed that one.
So that is Sirena. Lys told me something of the woman, but I did not think that we would ever have occasion to meet.
Tell me, do you notice anything different about the mole? How they carry themselves? That, my friend, is pride. I do believe their victory in the Nadam meant more to them than I realized.
Hein, Shauna. I am glad of your visit, and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you?
There is a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East.
A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands?
I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag?
If that is your wish. In the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Enhama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek.
Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance?
Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Enhama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. but it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Enhama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing.
I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands.
Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will.
Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord.
Okay.
Sirena is quite right. Before we seek permission to use these pillars, we should determine if they are suitable for our purposes.
The will of the moon.
It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin.
So I believe I've already been in there. I didn't really know what it was about. That's a B rank enemy. All I knew is just that this thing was here and I had no idea what it was about. Thought that maybe it was like a dungeon or something it was related to, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, it certainly looks powerful. But powerful enough? That, you'll have to ask the expert.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allergan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azizlar from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Okay. Just back to Serena then. This is just a very quick trip down here.
You found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought.
Of course. But to which tribes should we appeal?
There are many who worship Enhama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dutheril. Their consent shall be the key. The Dutheril. Lai spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won.
Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dutheril fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dutheril Cat and treat with their Khatan, Sadu.
Okay. Let's see. I think teleporting here and then flying down is probably going to be the fastest. That Square Enix fixes the audio glitch problem thing the next patch, because I'm starting to be so tired of it.
You again? Other matters demand our time, Kagan. Unless it is battle you seek?
Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Enhama's strength. To the Dutheril, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish.
You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us?
I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Enhama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron I would have something in return.
Okay.
Namely battle. With you, Kagan. The Nadim ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions.
Okay.
Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dutheril as your allies. Surely, these are agreeable terms?
Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatan has made her choice.
Oh, rather not. Shall we dance?
Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kagan, and await me outside the cat. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon.
Assuming that's going to be a solo duty thing.
Why are you still here? Go. Wait for me outside.
Okay, fine. Let's see, wait at the designated location. Yep, that is indeed a solo duty.
Try as I might, I fail to see the logic in this arrangement. I can but conclude there is none.
When I was little, I would stride up to Gosetsu, wooden sword in hand, and challenge him. To his great credit, he never held back, and I had many a bump and bruise to show for it.
Wait and proceed.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed, it's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Okay. I'm gonna assume there's gonna be a lot of AoEs that I need to dodge. But I didn't have the proper attack bats. Oh. She's going down quite fast. Strong indeed, a worthy champion of the steppe. They usually outfall so easily.
In death do our souls sing!
Oh boy.
In death do our souls
Fighting you
sing!
is pure bliss. Such sweet pleasure, I will not suffer to end so soon.
So we need to keep her 2 more times, most likely. Oh boy.
Well, do not tell me that is all you have. My soul demands more, Kagan. Give me more.
In death do our souls sing!
Just take these out as fast as possible. Okay, they have line AoEs as well.
In death do our souls sing!
My arms grow heavy. My eyes dim. But so long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on. Yarg.
Wait, what?
Let us begin anew. This is the reckoning, Titan. One must fall.
Jesus Christ. Okay, she's just pulling out everything. 30 seconds until meteor impact. Twenty seconds. Okay, managed to do it.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Really?
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Okay.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Okay.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Okay. We still just find oh, we're playing as Stola, what? Stone of the Seventh Dawn, Arrow of the Seventh Dawn, Cure of the Seventh Dawn, and Aether Well. Okay, so it's just blind mage stuff, pretty much.
When we have claimed victory, I claim Hind for the budget. Do as you will.
or die! Kneel!
You, too, must learn your place.
Bow down before me!
Okay.
Focus on Magne. Leave Datacul to me.
Okay. Will do.
Kneel or die!
Okay, miss that. And miss that one. Goodbye that feather.
Let's move this right along.
Mark well and learn!
You have left yourself open, Doman.
Concentrate!
This bodes ill. Waishtala, some healing would be welcome. My fist swells with the passion of the Bujiga. Every last drop, I give to you, Hein.
Kneel or die!
Should probably not put that thing under Hein. There. Up.
So you still stand. But soon you will kneel.
Bow down before me!
Mark well and learn!
Kneel or die! Enough!
Okay, Scales of the Father
Bow
again.
down before me!
Know the folly of opposing the will of Ezin.
Tremble before the sun!
These axes will not break. You have nowhere to hide.
So we just
Very
need
well.
to take him out, I guess.
Waishtala, to me.
Oh,
I shall take care of this.
Let us be about it!
okay.
Predictable. What? Every step you will take, every move you will make, the sun sees all. Now, fall.
Oh, exit time maneuver. Oh shit.
Time to finish this.
Oh,
Aoife!
damn.
To me!
Cutscene in combat.
Have at you!
On. What strength, what grace is this?
And I guess we won the fight.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat!
Yep, we won.
'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Oh god.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh! Holy shit.
Little?
Holy shit.
Little son! Little son!
Holy shit.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Holy shit.
We have wasted enough time here. Cyrano waits for word of our success.
Stola, holy shit. Oh. It's not enough words, just like be like, nah, I'm not interested. Just to go ahead and call him little son. Be like, try again when you become a man. Just, oh. Shit.
Offended? Not in the least. I am no stranger to clumsy propositions, and that, believe it or not, was far from the worst I have heard.
Okay.
Magnay's unannounced appearance had me worried for a moment, but it was not his day to shine. Still, I cannot fault the man's bravery.
Jesus.
You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnay too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being.
You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side.
God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes.
I cannot thank you enough, Sirena. None of this would have been possible without you.
Okay. And Stola. Hull and endure? Okay.
We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Enham's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin.
Okay. Okay, so just back up here and speak with the Ustola.
I would not have the first idea how to awaken such a contraption, let alone control it. But then I'm not an Archon of Charlayan.
I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
It's gonna be a voice cutscene. It looks like it's based on the camera stuff. That is making some ominous light.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
To manipulate ether in such vast quantities is draining, to say the least. I shall take it slowly for a while.
I do not pretend to understand what you did, Wishtala, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Shauna, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave.
Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand.
As would I. Without further ado, then.
Okay, and I'm just gonna this one because this is still absolutely useless. Alright. So, we're going to speak with LSA.
Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim step. Indeed. We have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tateru and I have commissioned Garlund Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word.
I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement, you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yujiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors?
My lord. All of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Sui no Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire and the latter will not involve itself in conflict.
Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yujiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then.
I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now.
Wasn't he there already? He was there last time we were in the Alamigan quarter.
Then let us not keep him waiting. Shall we?
So, to Alamigo. Okay, smooth location, but he was there like, was that like 2 hours or something like that ago? XR.
Wishtala has told me all. And I duly told Urianger and Kryle. Kryle, in particular, was concerned about Alphanod, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So, that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arenvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphanod, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. The Scions of the 7th Dawn, welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Upon proceeding to the royal palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence.
Ooh, hell yeah.
It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
Ooh, it's always exciting when this is the message you get. Hell yeah. Okay, I gotta assume that they are probably voiced, most of them. Hope so, at least. Oh yeah, this definitely looks like it's a voiced one.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
That day. I'll remember.
I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations.
There you go.
But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
It's a series of cutscenes.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
That
what?
way. Sorrow.
What? What? What the fuck? What? I feel like this is the first time we've seen this sort of effect.
History must be changed.
What the fuck is happening? Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity.
What?
Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Wait, all the science have that happening to us? What?
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
What the fuck is happening?
Is it over?
What the fuck?
Master Thancred!
Okay. What the fuck?
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready.
Anchor's fucking dead. What?
Swiftly!
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening?
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Wait, was Lise affected by it? Like, was she affected by that whole thing? Or was it only the current science?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
Wait, what?
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian, the Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
I wonder if Alphinaud was affected by it. Wherever he is currently. Or any of the other science.
I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not.
We'll find out soon enough, okay?
Ah, Urianger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person, all right. We'll meet you there.
I'm assuming he probably also heard it.
That was
Had the whole
Urianger.
experience.
He heard the voice too. And
Had a
then
feeling.
Alan... As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt, the scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question. One to which we must find an answer with all possible haste.
You have learned the emote Endure.
A prelude to the violet. Prelude in violet?
Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, all right? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way.
I'm assuming we're just moved to the Rising Stones. It seems like it might be a voice cutscene.
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
What?
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
What?
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Oh?
I hear it too.
And we get it as well.
Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
Oh shit, they're both out as well. Oh fuck.
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Well, shit. Only 2 scions that are currently, or 2 of the main scions that are currently active, plus Alphino, but he's kind of out of the picture currently, so I'm not counting him as part of it.
Forgive me, that was an unseemly display.
It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the 2 of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo?
I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lyce that he should be brought here.
Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what.
That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsalam Insa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you.
Oh god, why am I blanking on that name now? Give me a second, just quickly need a refresher on a name that I'm completely blanking on now that I should not be blanking on. Let me see here. Tataru. I can remember her name. I'm wondering if Tataru has also been hit by this. I guess she wasn't necessarily one of the main scions in sort of that way like the others, but she was also a scion. But maybe only the people who have been, like, who this voice deems able to do things was hit by this, and I'm assuming that Tataru probably isn't counted among those. So what the fuck is happening? Like, I understand what is happening. I don't understand why. Like, what is going on? Like, what the fuck? I'm assuming we're most likely gonna get an answer either during this quest or the next patch. Because, I mean, the next patch does have the title, what was it again? A Requiem for Heroes. So I'm assuming we're gonna learn something during that, most likely.
As you've probably guessed, it's G.A. Bulletin we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain.
Oh yeah, Gabu. Turn to monkey. That looks like it might be a voice cutscene. Maybe not.
Here he is, my lady.
It is in fact voiced. Nice, we're getting a lot of voice cutscenes.
Abu. It's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
It's ramping up to Shadowbringers. There's a bigger focus on story in Shadowbringers, therefore also more voice cutscenes. Ooh, I am excited for that. Instead of me, you don't have to bear this burden alone. Yeah, let's go with that one. Explodes in Walker. Ooh.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me.
And it's almost like they forgot to make dungeons. Okay, what? I mean, I will say that I did notice on... Basically I have this like checklist that I use for like daily and weekly activities, just to make sure that I know what things that I've done. It basically just makes it easy to track things. It basically has a like encounter list that basically is, you can just see what cons or what dungeons and trials, raids, high-end raids, high-end trials, things like that done. And I did notice that Endwalker doesn't have a whole lot. But it does seem like most of the dungeons and trials are required. Like from what I can see, there is 3 trials, all of them are required. I can't see what they're called or anything. And there are 8 dungeons, at least on this list currently, and 6 of them are required. So there is still stuff, but Shadowbringers has 13 dungeons and 7 trials. And of those 13 dungeons, only 2 of them are not required for the MSQ, and of the trials, there's 3 out of the 7 that are not required. So, yeah. Does seem like Endwalker has fewer dungeons and trials than some of the others. I think Shadowbringers is long, and Endwalker is longer. Okay. It's longer, but has less dungeons and trials that you need to do. Because it probably just has like way more story related things that you just go around and do.
I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some, not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alpha Nod to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most. So I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do.
Let's see. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Gonna be a voice cutscene or not? The Emperor and Xenos, or Xenos.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment.
Okay,
and with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
Yes, this is a confirmation that it is in Asian controlling Xenos' body. I'm assuming. Seems that way.
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh.
What?
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back.
Who's this?
Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
I recognize that guy from, like, picture/memes. But I have no clue who he is.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery.
I have no idea who you are, dude.
Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
Wait, what? Grandson?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
He looks like he could be his son. That what? Like the Emperor is like fucking all the shit from what
Elidibus
he
may
looks
be
like.
an insufferable bore, but he is no fool.
What?
His choices as emissary seldom err.
I'm confused. What?
If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it.
What? What?
Oh dear. Have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read.
I'm sorry, what?
I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know.
I thought he died? What?
The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Wait, what? What?
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
This guy is so epic. Wait, what? What the fuck?
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
What the fuck is going on?
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you, pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. you of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
I am so confused right now, I feel like. What the fuck is happening? Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. Alpha node, okay. Where's the Imperial guy? Goes with Alpha node. Oh, it's not voiced.
What in the world?
What is happening here? So who are all of these people?
Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it.
Used what?
The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Gyra Banya. A gas. Black Rose, it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last.
Black Rose, we've dealt with that thing. Like, it was in the part of a quest, side quest we did.
And they did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have wrought such an atrocity.
We were told that it was like destroyed or failed or something like that. Seem to remember.
Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot.
Where's the Guardian that was like the guy that was supposed to take Alphino to the Empire? Where's he? Is he just gone or dead or something? Okay, also got an achievement. Prelude to Violet, or Prelude in Violet, I guess we have now. Okay. We have 7 quests left. And if I were to go off the usual planned amount of time, an hour and a half left of the stream. Okay, let me just quickly try and pull up these different quests I have left just to see how long they are. Just in terms of like steps. It seems like most of them are relatively short. There is one that has a few more steps to it. Okay, there, and the final quest of the MSQ apparently has 2 sections with multiple cutscenes, and also a solo duty after one of them. Okay, so I basically have 2 options. I can either do something else now instead of doing more MSQ, or I can do the MSQ and possibly just go for longer than my usual amount of time, because I were to start the next part. That is basically patch 4.5 and 4.56, which is like a Requiem for Heroes Part 1 and 2. What the fuck was that? Give me a second, just quickly need to check if something in my apartment fell down or something. So yeah, give me just 1 second. Let me just quickly jump over here and mute myself. Okay, I was unable to see anything that had like fallen over or anything. I just thought I heard something along those lines. Maybe something flew into a window or something. Or maybe someone in one of the other apartments, I don't know, dropped something or something along those lines. I don't know. But yeah, I am kind of thinking of just continuing with the MSQ, because I really would like to actually finish it up, because then I can basically start doing essentially side stuff tomorrow, because I am gonna basically like probably take a small break from the MSQ once I'm done with the Stormblood. You really want me to just do the MSQ, I see. You know what? Sure, let's do that. I'm assuming maybe it's only gonna be like...
I'm glad you've come. Though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news.
Yeah, maybe it'll be like 7 hours, 7.5 hours.
After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemist's Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjury. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Wait. Oh, Kryle. Wait, was she maybe affected by it as well?
Kryle! I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Was she affected by it as well, or maybe not?
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Nice.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
Love Kryle. Me too. You're smart, yet also adorable. Or smart and adorable. I love the fact that she also just messes with Alphino from time to time. It's always fun.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Is the game just gonna take us there actually, or do we have to go to Isleshire? We have to go to Isleshire. Oh. And then of course also to the somewhat long flight down there. Oh well. Making your walk, yep. I will say I do kind of get why they might do that, because it's like, okay, you have to go somewhere far away. You might want to do some other things nearby. But at the same time, I also kind of like it when they just go like, "Oh yeah, we're just gonna take you there," because it's kind of just nice because then it's like, oh, you don't have to like spend, I don't know, like 2.5 minutes, something like that, just flying down there, going through the like little loading screen, or to actually get inside the cave and everything. It's nice to just be like, oh yeah, you're just gonna go here immediately. But I can also see why they don't do that all the time. Still need to do some more things for the Hunter's Tales, now that I think about it. 6 more to be completed. Alright. Toya, or rather it's Alizé I need to talk to. Oh wait, I need to do that in front of the cave. Why is it not inside? Why do I have to do it outside? Also, I feel like I didn't see Alizé anywhere. Ah, there she is.
I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us.
Oh, I guess it is for the first time Alizé meets Matoya. This might turn out fun. And I'm gonna assume that this is most likely voiced.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And an explanation that happens off screen.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Hell yeah. She's my ungrateful stray. Time to contemplate the gumball again. You must ponder the orb.
Right. Let us see what we can see.
Ponder the
I'll
orb.
begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
What?
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
What's happening?
That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
So that's where you went.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Okay. Wait, what?
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
The thin ether that was being talked about. Guess that's also happening here.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Okay, so on to Alamigo then, I'm assuming. Talk to Alizé first.
So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphanod is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather.
Vector's tidings.
I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us.
So something has gone awry, alright, but it will be a while. Okay, I'm assuming that's gonna be something in, like a bit into Shadowbringers, that we touch on that, or is that gonna be like Endwalker?
But it can't be bad news, can it? Lys would have said. Unless, Ack, there's no point speculating. Lys said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphanod's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me.
Off to Alamigo then. So, speak with the resistance guard and the orders.
Greetings, Scions. The commander told...
Just let me in. Seems like a voice cutscene, perhaps? Based on, like, camera stuff.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh shit.
Untold sorrow must be changed.
You say it's not affecting
Ahead looms
leaks.
a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So, Alphanod is safe, for the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion.
No problem. Throw wide the gates.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
wondering what
glad
that
Lyse
means.
tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave.
I'm wondering what the hell that means, like, throw wide the gates. What gate could that be referring to? Like, basically what is being said is very cryptic.
I see.
Just storage, I guess. Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Let's try and talk to these guys.
The fall of Rabanastra was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground, and have been gathering strength to mount a counter-offensive. Dalmasca will rise again.
Yeah, so Dalmasca. Nexian.
I am come to represent the lands of Naxia. Long have we struggled in defiance of the Empire, waiting for just such an opportunity as this alliance presents.
And we have Serena, the Kojin, and Tansui.
After their humbling at your hands, Magne and his Oranir have spent every waking moment upon the training fields. Defeat does not sit well with the son and his children.
We of the Blue Kojin will not submit to the Empire's tyranny. If only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. The Imperials have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. 'Tis time they paid their dues. Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire, but in concert with the allies who have gathered here today, we might do much.
Shauna, you have arrived in time to witness the beginnings of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I am pleased to say.
Okay, that's not a voice to come.
Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Naxia, and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire.
I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength.
I thank you for bringing me news of Alphanod. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste.
Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea.
And I would help deflect that blow. But I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place.
The all-important Allagan energy barrier.
The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps, Sirius Aegis or some such. Well, just a thought.
The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators, and are ready to proceed to the testing stage.
Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azella firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares.
I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Weishtala, I may be able to offer some insight.
Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yujiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close.
Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where the storms?
Hey.
We will cross the burn by Eel and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce.
Okay, so back over there. Or do we get silver? Or... oh, we need to go there on our own. So, Sirius Wall is apparently the... and I'm guessing that's gonna be what the thing is called as well. Like the barrier is probably gonna be called something like that.
Let us pray there are no sandstorms brewing out there.
Give the word when you are ready to take wing.
Into the burn. Gonna be voice acted. I'd be surprised if it was.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand.
Yeah, the camera angles kind of gave me a feeling that was gonna be voice acted.
Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
Is there gonna be a problem or something?
4,000, 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Nice.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Gonna be some friendly people in there, perhaps. Ooh. Is that the Shadow Walker guy? Oh, it is with Alphino. What is happening with Alphino?
It's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Oh wait, Alphino was probably hit by that calling thing, I'm assuming. Excuse me, my leveler stopped working. I like to exchange it for a new one.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
Only have two of them, like, main scions left.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Exactly, it's this guy. Oh! Oh! I did not see that. It's Gaius. What the fuck? I thought he was dead. What the what? What the fuck? What?
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
What the fuck?
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
What the fuck?
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
You passed out?
How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea?
I feel like he has a different voice now.
The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god.
It was just the, like, helmet.
Yet even with
voice
the might
sound
of
different.
Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword.
You see, he has gotten a different
Are the
voice actor.
Scions not of like mind?
Did sound different.
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
What?
And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
What?
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Around the point was Richard, Epcar, now it's Michael, like Elton? I'm assuming it's pronounced. I will also say that I think they probably modified Richard's voice a bit, so it sounded like it came out of like the helmet that Gaius was wearing, because it did sound like it had a bit of editing on it. Yeah. I am kind of wondering though, Gaius might be the like sort of introduction to gunbreakers, perhaps, because I feel like most expansions have had like, or rather most post or patch MSQs seem to have had, usually around the like later parts or ending parts of it, usually have like hints towards the next what do you call it, the next expansion's like new classes. I think the only exception is like a Realmborn didn't have it for Heavensward, because I don't think they had anything for like Machinist, Astrologian, and Dark Knight. But in Heavensward, they had at least like Red Mage and I guess to an extent, or they did, yeah, they had Red Mage in the form of LSA, and they had Samurai in the form of why am I blanking on his name now? Why am I blanking on his name? What the hell is... What is his name again? Why am I blanking on that? Gosetsu. Gosetsu, I guess, was like the samurai representation, and I'm assuming then that for Shadowbringers, the classes introduced in Shadowbringers, Gaius might be the like Gunbreaker version. We haven't seen anyone that I would say is necessarily a dancer sort of representative. The only one that I could maybe see is Lee's, but that's just due to her outfit. Don't think that's necessarily what it actually is supposed to be, but yeah. Yeah, let's see here. You're right. There are more important matters at hand. We'll sell this another time. Yeah. Let's go with this one.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
There seems to be a bit of a habit that cast members are the ones with class changes based on the trust system. Classes are kind of unique and outside the player class system. Yeah. Okay, it's also here.
Alphinaud is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak.
I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphinaud is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice.
I share your frustration, Alisai, I do, but Alphinaud is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find a means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brothers both.
You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Ziraiu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Ala Mhigo?
You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay.
Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped.
Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldnard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldnard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphinaud a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every ILM of the way to the Rising Stones.
You have my thanks, Lord Hein.
Ujiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Ala Mhigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard.
Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lyce and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East.
Let's see. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose Chemical Plant.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
The nuggets he's dropping.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey?
The answer you've seen when we're watching this.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
I'm assuming that's because you're realizing how, or like, they basically hinted at stuff that would happen like later, I'm assuming. It was just like vague. Okay, parley on the front lines.
We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord.
I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Ala Migo forthwith. I've just received word from Lyce. The Alliance has established a base camp near Ala Migo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting.
Before, huh, that was vague and odd. Me now, boy, are they talking about this now? Yep. I feel like if I were to I'm probably gonna assume that if I were to rewatch some of these cutscenes once I've finished Endwalker, I'm just gonna be like, holy shit, they were referring to this stuff like this long ago, like what the fuck?
You must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters.
Okay, go to Alliance headquarters. That could look like a voice cutscene. Especially due to the camera.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Ala Migo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
he is in the vegetable state.
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varissos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission.
Okay.
But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
Are we going as well?
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Ah, that's why. I'm not fond of politics either. Be there. Oh, let's go with this one. There's probably a slightly funny response.
Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alizé can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Okay. So, speak please.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long. Shall we?
Sure. And I'm almost certain that this is going to be a voiced cutscene. Seem weird otherwise.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you.
As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs, to recognize the countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance, I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
I will say some of his comebacks did kind of make sense, but at the same time, he is also kind of like twisting some of the things they've done.
Phew. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphanod would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle, it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out, not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share.
Let's just talk to all of them, I guess.
Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varese mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varese's relationship with the Asians. As had we all. Yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me. Lord Hein, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens, come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his radiance's own person.
Well, his rebuttals do all come from the fact that he is only looking to twist people's hands. Yeah. Sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself.
I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varese to reveal something? Varese holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path.
Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? 12 have mercy. But for Lady Elysai's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varese left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think?
Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes. But having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind.
Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light?
Right, Varese explained himself, saying nothing of Xenos or the Asians. Let's try this one.
You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Shauna. I do much wonder at Emperor Varese's decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? I will say one thing for this Varese, he is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire.
Sure, Varese would be happy to tell you more. It's supposed to change that here now.
Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind.
Okay.
You've spoken with everyone then? Good. Now, all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affair surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
And what does that mean?
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem, one which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized, the glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance, for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie. Your master's demons will stop you and the Ascians no matter the cost. Let's go with this one.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me. Not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Damn.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
And defeat the Ascians as we are? cannot condone such loss of life. We can defeat them as we are currently. I feel like that's something we can do.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So, as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive.
Okay. The phase of war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphino wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Hell yeah. So nice to really have your head above the bottom of the screen in some of those scenes. I have a feeling that playing Lalafell is a problem when it comes to certain cutscenes. Alright, so we have the Gimlet Dark, I'm assuming it's called. That we need to do. So first, change Paladin, because I want my fast queue times. And now I need to read the information so I can, or the mechanics so I can make sure that I don't fuck it up for the rest of the party. Okay, so there's 3 bosses, it would seem. So let's see, the first boss. Jarring Blow. That's a tank buster that hits in a wide arc in front of the boss. Just normal tank buster. Cerulean Vent, moderate damage on the entire party. Okay. Magitech Array, stack marker on one player. Exhaust, line attack in the direction of a random player. Wild Fire Beam. If you remember right, this one is rather straightforward. Okay, I still just want to read it just in case, so I can make sure that I don't mess anything up. If there's anything that needs to really make sure that I don't mess around with. Let's see, Wildfire Beam at targeted AoE on each player, spread to avoid overlap damage. Okay. Magic Slash, the Colossus slashes its sword down, dealing damage in a cone area and leaving behind a fiery puddle that inflicts burn while standing in it. The Colossus will rotate and slam down repeatedly until it has covered the entire arena. The first puddle will dissipate as the Colossus turns to make the final strike. Okay. Second boss, Nitro Spin. Order damage on the entire party. Prometheus, which is the boss's name, always cast this ability first, surrounding the arena in fire. Okay, then there's Unbreakable Sermant Drill, that's a tank buster. Needle Gun, 90-degree cone directly in front of the boss. Oil Shower, 270-degree cone directly behind the boss, hitting everywhere Needle Gun doesn't. After a few attacks, Prometheus will burrow on the ground, and a section of wall surrounding the arena will glow red. After a delay, a fiery blast will launch from the red area to the opposite wall. Damage, the attack lingers, continuing to deal damage for a few seconds. The second time Prometheus uses this attack, it will burst cast Freezing Missile. Freezing Missile for proximity AoEs that hit at each cardinal direction. Okay. And then there's the final boss, which is apparently 2 bosses at the same time. Okay, so apparently the battle begins. Whichever one of the bosses that is attacked first will remain in the area, while the other will support from the outside of the arena. Targetable. Yeah. And apparently they use different weapons. There's an attack called Delta Trance and Innocence. It's just the tank busters for each of them. There's Artificial Plasma. Used by both of them. Deals moderate damage to the entire party. Commence Airstrike. Used by one of the bosses only. Or it's used by the one that uses Innocence. 8 Cerulean tanks will drop from the sky. 4 in the outer edge, 4 inside. Occasionally the boss will use Roundhouse to knock the tanks around with the added effect of dealing damage to and knocking back players in melee range, regardless if she uses Roundhouse or not. She will then follow up with Air's Bane, targeting a tank to detonate it, dealing damage in a large area around the tank and causing all other tanks in the radius to also detonate. Order to Bombard, that's used by the other boss. 3 large AoEs will cover the arena, leaving a small spots at the edges of the arena. While both of them will perform Crossbones and Angry Salamander. Then there's Crossbones, which is used by the one that did the whole thing with the tanks. Cars 4 exits into the air that travel across the arena to deal damage. When used as part of Order to Bombard, each acts unerringly. I have no idea how to pronounce that completely. Targets the player inflicts knockback when it hits. And then there's Air's Bane, marks a random player with a crosshair that deals moderate damage to the target a short time after. Then there's Angry Salamander. A line attack in the direction of random players, stunning sweep. Boss jumps to a random player, then begins casting, deals damage to players in melee range. There's the Order. Boss moves to the center of the arena and surrounds herself with 4 crossbone projectiles. Ground AoEs will appear beneath each player. Other crossbones launch in a cross pattern. After the first boss is defeated, the 2 will perform a crosshatch, launching a crossbones projectile back and forth across the arena. Their path denoted by very narrow lines appearing. After this attack, the 2 will tag out and the fight will continue. When the other sister or when the other boss is defeated, they'll perform cross hatch again with the addition of covering fire. An AoE targeting each player that requires the party spread out to avoid overlapping. And once the second cast of crosshatch is completed, they will have 20% of their HP remaining, and will begin casting Imperial Authority in the center of the arena. That's a just wipe attack, I guess. Yeah, for the most part it seems simple enough, but there are some of them that I will definitely say is, or some of the mechanics definitely sound a little bit more on the hectic side.
My duties as field commander demand I remain here at my post, but I have no doubt the front lines are in capable hands.
Just put on tank stance while I remember. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people to talk with here. not mistaken, we only need to actually do this dungeon. And there's 2 steps after that, and then we only have 2 quests left. So we are very close. Just need to get the cube up, and then we can basically get going. Because the next 2 quests are pretty damn short. At least in terms of steps. There's like 3 steps in total in this one, 2 in the next one, and then 3 in the last one. The last one does have like 2 multiple cutscenes. We'll play, including some game credits in the last one, and also a solo duty in the first one. So, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of stuff. Just gotta wait for the things. Oh, don't mind. Don't need to wait anymore. But it's at least nice that I don't have to wait for like 30 to 50 minutes for a queue to basically pop. The struggles of being a DPS player. At least now I can just use this. Fast queue, yep. Now the last DPS just needs to accept. It is definitely nice that it's just like 5 minutes-ish. Instead of like, oh yeah, 30 plus minutes. At least it gives me time to like do things, but at the same time it's like, god damn it, I just want to get going with the MSQ. Seems like we had a Reaper. Yep, Reaper, Summoner, and Astrologian. Or not Astrologian, Sage. Looks like we have some...
Leave this to me!
Allies. So we can just pull them further along. And we can go further into the scene.
Spread out, and be wary of artillery fire.
You kidding?
Keep to the north. We will head off their troops to the south.
There's more enemies from that direction. And it would seem that I cannot hold them any further. claws, and I don't remember anything that I just read. God damn it. Oh well. The jarring blow was the tank buster. Okay, that's the Magitek slash thing. I believe things on the ground. It just lets me free to move. Okay. So far so good. There we go. Okay, we have a blockage. My healer's doing a really good job. Because, like, I feel like I barely lost any health at any point during this, so far. Oh, there was actually a path forward. I didn't realize that. So this is where there was a basically a literal wall.
Brace
I
yourself.
feel soaked.
They've called for reinforcements.
I have no idea if we need to like kill these guys or not, but might as well.
I shan't hold back!
Just gotta kill this thing now.
Keep moving. We will hold them here.
Okay. And second boss, Prometheus. So, oil shower. And berries. And there was some red spots on the walls that we need to avoid, I think. One seems to be going a lot faster than the first boss. Okay, freezing missile. That's the one where they would. Okay, and we're running away. I feel like I got hit a little bit, it seems. Nice. Okay. I'm just at the last little stretch, I guess, and then the last bosses.
You underestimate me.
These guys, there we go.
This knight does not yield!
Alright, we are blocked.
You seem troubled, friends. Not getting tired, are you?
Okay, and we got a Colossus as well. Go. And it opens up. Or, no. That's another thing that just pops out. Okay. I feel like we're dealing with a lot of enemies before the next boss. Okay, are we done? Oh, there's gonna be more stuff.
Fear not. Help is on the way.
As one!
Pippin and these. So we got Amory, Pine, Yukieri, and Kanisena. Oh boy. Just die already. Go. Okay, is that? Of course, that's not it. How many things we're gonna have to fight here?
Quickly. To me.
Okay. Essentially mini bosses we're going up against here.
It looks ready to explode. Stand back. This is for you, old friend.
Let us be about it!
Nice.
Go on, Shauna. Leave these soldiers to us.
Last bosses. These savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. In the end, they are only that savages. But let us be brief. His radiance awaits. Gunblade and a wrist weapon user. Just gonna wait for everyone to drop in. Ah, it's just okay.
Anya,
Just gonna go
take
for
the field.
Very well. I leave the artillery fire to you. Commence bombardment, and prepare to strike.
They will not escape.
Oh, shit. So they should swap out now.
Impressive. Anya, let us engage them together.
They cannot hope to evade us both.
Anya, fall back.
Very well. Leave the artillery to me.
Ready the cerulean tanks.
Yeah, there's that whole thing now. Okay, better get out of that. Now. Come on. Go to the next phase.
It seems we have no choice, Julia.
You should feel honored, savages. Few are they who have witnessed this twice.
You can stand here. Oh, or not. Oh wait, that was probably the AoE
And
thing.
fewer still who have witnessed this.
Farewell, savages.
Just need to take them out as fast as possible. Done. We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. And I didn't get the chance to give any commendations. Did get one commendation though, so that's nice.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Of course. Of course it would happen there.
Will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
So that's talking.
No, not like.
Oh shit, we're the only, like, main Asian? Like?
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Well, shit. If Alice is fucking dead too, yep. Everyone just keeps fucking, like, dying, essentially. God damn it. Can't anyone stay alive? Like, the only ones left in the science that, like, have been, like, main people so far are, like, Kryl and Tataru. Those are the only two that are, like, left. I guess Lise, technically. But she technically doesn't count anymore because she's not a scion anymore. Like, god damn it.
So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, and that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alisai, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary.
My lord, the chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mistress Alisai, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause.
Just like the others. Damn it all. The Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated. And with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alisai is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yujiri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you, then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest.
Okay. Go and speak with Hoary Boulder at the Rising Stones. Let's just go there then. So we have 2 quests left now. And a lot of cutscenes apparently, and also a small duty. Solo duty. God damn it. Why did they have to make it so that, oh yeah, every single fucking scion is like part of the main cast? Yeah, they're just out of commission. Like, why? Why? God damn it.
Shauna. Welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alisai gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alisai? I was certain she would have returned by now.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, I mean, you know why.
By the 12, not her too.
I mean, you know why, but I don't. Right now, it's like, God damn it. Why is this happening? I don't want to know it, like, ahead of time, but, like, I also want to know it, so I hope that it's not too long before they, like, explain, like, oh yeah, this is what is happening, because it's like, I want to know.
Oker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Kal Tenet, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being, at least.
Okay. Cutscene, perhaps. Yep, cutscene. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Let's see nose. What's it look like? Yep. Or see nose. Don't really know. He's basically an Asian or something like that. Also, shit, he's at the on the front. Though I wonder if he has the same like strength as the real Xenos did. Also, got that one. Okay, didn't get any title. Okay, Horror Boulder. We used to have this quest and then another one right after. And then we'll be done with Stormblood.
Ah, Shauna. Yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I am afraid I have naught to report. Cal Tenet and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphinaud had been brought here, and wished to see if his condition had improved.
Oh, him! He has new clothes. Nice.
Mistress Shauna. I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces, thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope.
Maxima.
I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. 'Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphinaud. An acquaintance of Shauna and Alphinaud, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphinaud had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus. But I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The populace could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you. Assuming you can spare the time, that is.
Okay. Let's see. The guy that most likely wouldn't be tied down by the current conflict, so maybe Estinian? I guess it could also be Sid. I feel like those are probably the two most likely candidates. Who else could it be? I guess there is some of the people from the East Elnod Trading Guild, but I kind of feel like they wouldn't make sense. Yeah, that's it. That's it. As soon as the airship popped in, was like, yeah, that has to be Sid. There's no one else.
There you are. I was beginning to think you would not come.
Not see my boy Sid. There's no way.
It sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise.
Yeah, you would sit. We're sitting on that one. Oh god.
As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garlund growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the populars, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garlund says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Robin that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did His Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Asians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Asians must be stopped. To save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Sirio's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons. I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience.
Okay.
Ah yes. The inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time no doubt being of the essence, could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Robin's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting.
I mean, there's teleportation. Guess they don't really take that into account here. Okay, we're here. Talk to Sid.
I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time, you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is an admirable skill.
Flying is faster in lore? Huh. Didn't know that. Maybe it has been said, but I just don't remember it because it was probably said back in probably either Realm of Born or it's been said like in later. It isn't. Okay.
But no one is invincible, Shauna. Not even you. So please, Take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, et.
Okay. And what's the resistance fighter? A Requiem for Heroes. And we get something that isn't shown.
Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceeded to Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready?
Okay. Okay, what do you want to talk about, Raban?
You're here. Good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with Robin, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view
Yeah, and there's also duty. Let's just proceed.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald.
Get your popcorn ready for this. Oh no.
In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Hell yeah. As long as you leave the Ascian to me, only need only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh shit.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
What is going on?
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
What is going on with those, like, attacks? Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. As long as the voice doesn't happen during the fight, yeah, that would be bad. Wait, are we playing as one of them? Oh, we are playing as Ian. Okay, we got that combo. Something I don't know what is. Thanks for the follow, Weekly Panda. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's see. We got Second Wind, we got Rush Target, attack with potency and damage over time, and then just standard combo. Okay.
Ready?
Let's say cast it. 1. Just keep on doing the attacks. Do the rush thing in between. Anything.
This one's for you, Ida.
The debuff. Damage over time, I guess. Okay. I'm assuming positioning cell correctly. It's not, or that's taking some time. This stuff. Okay. Okay. Just BOE. What?
Here it comes.
Oh shit. He's now in wasn't he the one that's gonna get hit?
shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Nicely done. Beauty. Okay, the Warrior of Light is but a few hundred charms away. Warrior of Light's timely arrival, I just noticed that thing. So we're not supposed to basically defeat them, or defeat them. We're just like supposed to outlast the time it takes for our character to arrive. Which I'm gonna assume is most likely based on, oh no, damage dealt, something like that.
Damn you!
Okay, they are all down. Not necessarily dead, but just down, at least.
Magic? With a Garlean body? That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Guessing we show up and maybe I have to find something. Yep, there we are.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Yep, we are fighting. Just start by firing all as many things as I can. That's kind of weird that he's able to use magic, considering that Garleans are not supposed to be able to do that. Just make sure that I avoid as many things as possible. Storm, I'm assuming, get away. Right, is that an exit there? Kind of forgot that it would move outward. Oh. I believe this is kind of the same mechanic as from Dungeon. probably supposed to be avoiding, assuming. It's a little bit more difficult considering that I am a melee character. A good enough chance to use some cheat gem. Wonder if we'll be able to play as Guardians. Maybe. Got this. Hope so. One might call them corpse cults.
I see.
Hey, we did it. Is that all of the duty done? Or is there more?
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet...
Shit, didn't mean to skip that. Fuck. Oh shit.
I beseech you.
Is that?
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
What? That seems kind of like Hyland's place.
At last, I found you.
What? Who are you?
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
You have to send me back now. Who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base.
What?
It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
What?
Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
What does that mean? Also, why back to the Crystal Tower? Why back there? What the fuck? Also, how did we killed? I wonder if the others have awoken as well.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Basically thinking, maybe the others have awoken as well, since I guess that enigmatic figure was trying to get us. And since they got in contact with us now, the others have been awoken or something. I don't know. What happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Hey.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Estinian! Yay!
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Estinian.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
One of the Scions.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget,
yes.
I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke.
Okay.
A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you.
Okay. What's that message from?
Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
But who was the message from? Who was the message from? Seriously, who was the message from? I want to know.
Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed.
It's been a while.
When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury.
It's good to see you again, Edmund.
As long as we have you, Mistress Majula, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artwarl will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility.
Comfort food in character form. Yep. It's like a, I would call him like a nice grandpa, sort of a vibe.
Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination.
Crystal Tower, I'm assuming. It's our next destination.
Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances.
Okay, we need to return to the Rising Stones. Up the Crystal Tower. I'm curious though, is there something at the Crystal Tower? Because we were told. Past two doors. Yeah. I am curious, like, I want to see if there actually is something near the Crystal Tower, because that enigmatic figure, or whatever the hell they were called, did say to go there. I'm just curious if there actually is anything interest there. Maybe something we can interact with. Just curious, basically. Not yet, it's MSQ. Ah. I'm guessing that's something that happens maybe in Stormblood? Or not Stormblood. I keep mixing those two up. In the Shadowbringers, I'm assuming. Or maybe this one. Oh well, guess I'll just turn to the Rising Stones. Oh, cutscene. Tataru back.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
You're back. Aww.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
Guess we're telling you everything that happened?
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize, you're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, what is going on there? Also, is it voice acted or not? Hopefully voice acted.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have word with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours.
Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
The researcher.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
What? What? Ah, credits. I'm just gonna go ahead and skip those. Sing through them. Oh, there's pictures actually. It's a cliffhanger ending for Shadowbringers. Why did it have to be a cliffhanger thing? I'm assuming that it might switch between pictures here. Yep. Can we go a little longer? Like with the credits? Or is it the MSQ you're talking about? So as always, it's just good art they do here. So that they have the game things. MSQ. I'm probably not gonna go into Shadowbringers right now. That's a fucking great picture of the Setsu. I love his shit-eating grin there. One more quest and you can watch the Shadowbringer trailer. Okay. It kind of depends though on how long the next quest is then.
I knew you'd be all right. And to celebrate your return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Koinika's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon.
Scion Traveler's attire cover. Okay. And more cutscenes. That soldier that we saw earlier that I have a feeling might be Xenos incarnated or something. Oh.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Is Xenos.
Bloody savages!
It's gonna take that armor, maybe. Blend in.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Get the feeling that he's gonna grab the armor so he can train himself as a Imperial and Crystal Tower. We get to see what it is we are supposed to be finding here. Or is that just like hinting at next thing? In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow your seeds of darkness. Time and space, what? Okay, so we got Swan Song. Achievement, a requiem for heroes. We also got this thing, which gives us the Scion Traveler's outfit. Okay, I will say parts of this looks good. I don't entirely know about the mask. That one seems a little bit strange. Curious how this... Okay, it actually dies in a pretty decent way, I would say. Oh, that's gonna go in the... I'm actually curious, is that... It needs to just go in the normal glamour dresser. Now I can watch the trailer. Okay. Okay, let's... Okay, so I could go ahead and get started as Solar once. Or not Solar. Yoko wants me to. Is to do the first quest of Shadowbearers. But I kind of want to save that so it's like I can do multiple quests like in a row. But I think I'm just gonna save it for another day. This yeah. That was a good time to watch the trailer. I am thinking though of just doing like the same thing that I usually do when it comes to, like, most of the trailers I've usually, like, watched before starting the next expansion. Maybe just, like, I don't know, hype myself up in a way. I don't know how else to express it. So I think that might wait until a different time, because I am basically thinking of just taking a bit of a break from the MSQ stuff for the time being, so I can focus on a bit of the side content. Because there is a decent amount of stuff. Gold Saucer? Probably not right now. I mean, I have been streaming for like 7 hours and 40 minutes now. And it's also past midnight, and I can feel that I'm starting to get a little bit tired. Plus, I also have a stream tomorrow in like 12 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Or 12 hours-ish. More Final Fantasy, so I just go ahead and end the stream now, because I have also been streaming like MSQ tomorrow. Solivar, or why do I keep calling you Solivar? Yoko. Coco. Yeah. MSQ is probably gonna be in a few weeks, I think. Because, yeah. I kind of want to do some side content things, really just... where's that thing? And one of the reasons why I'm calling you Solivar is because I'm, like, tired, and I'm used to basically referring to another viewer who's called Solivar, and I'm just tired. It's been 7 hours that I've been streaming. I've been awake for like around 4 hours. I've been awake for like 24 hours. So I'm sorry if I'm like a little bit tired. I've been essentially awake for like 20 hours ish. Technically, in like when it's like 45 minutes past, I've then officially been like awake for like 20 hours. So yeah, a little bit tired. So yeah, let's see here. Where is that thing? West Lines. Okay, so yeah. Okay, looking at the XIV list that I have. It's just trying sleep, shut down, power button. That's not gonna work right now. I'm just gonna quickly look at these things. So yeah, we basically have a couple of different things that I can sort of work with, because on XIV there's basically like a bunch of different things that it can show, like quest lines that you have done of interest and things like that. Pull the plug. But yeah, we basically have the Hildebrand quest line for Stormblood. That's available. We have something called Wine Bouts Riddles. From what I understand, that's like a quest line that has no help at all. It's just like, here's like some text. Go and figure out where the fuck to go, because it's not gonna help you in any way. Like there's no like markers anywhere. It's just like go and just figure things out. Apparently. Then there's the Scholasticate questline, which I think revolves around helping some students or something. Let's see. Either this page is also not updated fully because it doesn't show that I have done the last 3 patches of MSQ stuff. And then there's probably some other stuff that I can unlock in different areas. Like some other things, like, if I'm not mistaken, I have some custom deliveries, people that I can unlock, I think. I still have more beast tribe stuff, which I need to do probably tomorrow morning. I can basically get the, like, 6 quests done for the Ananta and for the Namazu, because I need to get them up to, like, high enough rating or rep so I can do their allied beast tribe quests. Let's see, what else do I have? I could possibly do. I still need to, like, apparently haven't fully explored the peaks or the locks yet. Yeah. There's still a bunch of stuff. There's also blue mage stuff that I could do, because I've done, I think, all of the quests except for the last one, and I need to basically do a I think it's challenge number 31 before I can complete the last quest. So that's something I need to do. Have like a couple of dungeons and trials that I can unlock, both in Heavensward and Stormblood. Like, there's several ones that I can unlock that I still haven't gotten. Plus, there's also the, like, I believe the Omega quest line. There's actually several quest lines that I haven't even touched yet. There's, like, Bahamut, which I've kind of been trying to get through on my own without learning actually what's happening in the story, because I've just been skipping it. That was mainly because I needed to, like, I don't know, I think unlock some things so I could do what those they call again, Wanderer's Tales. So I have no idea what's actually the lore that's been happening so far, but I'm currently just stuck at, like, the second coil. There's the Alexander stuff from Heavensward, haven't touched that at all. There's the Omega stuff, which I guess is important for later stuff, I think. There's, like, so many things that I haven't done yet. There's, like, encounter quests, as the page that I'm currently looking at is referring it to. Like, things like Eden, Pandemonium, can't do that. That's Endwalker stuff, I believe. Shadow of Mark, Return of Ivalice, I have no idea what that is. The whole Your Automata thing. The Four Lords, I have no idea what that really is. The Sorrow of Burlet, I don't know what that is really. There's the Warring's Rat, that one I actually have done. But that was because some of my friends wanted to do it, and I knew that, or I found out that, hey, you can do New Game Plus of that. I can play through the story next to figure out what the fuck is happening. I could also get started on another relic weapon, specifically the Heavensward one. Crafting quest lines. There's also that. I don't remember where I actually am in terms of that. That is all just around the board stuff. I haven't gone that much further than that. Gatherers, though, I've finished up Fisher, and I'm just missing, like, Miner and Botanist for those. But yeah, I have Warring Triad unlocked at least. I have no idea what Void Quest mean, though. I also need to, like, probably level up some more classes so I can do some more of their dailies. I'm too tired. Or their quest lines. At some point. But yeah. I think this is just gonna be where I end the stream then, so let me just do that so you don't have weird background noises other than music. Okay, let's see here. Is there someone that I follow put streamer to sleep? I kind of want to just first quickly see if there's someone that I could maybe I don't know, do some or raid someone basically. Is there someone here that I feel like raiding? Should probably also switch over to this one now that I think about it. Who to raid? Who to raid? What about you? How long have you been streaming for? Okay. You have been streaming for an hour and a half. I guess we can go with you. Alright, so I'm thinking of just rating OES Nick. They are currently playing Ghostwire Tokyo, which from what I understand is apparently like Dishonored in a way, but like in Tokyo, and it's like with, I think, Japanese sort of monster slash yokai. Maybe, I don't fully know if that's like the proper description, but I've heard it be described in a bit or in a way as Dishonored-esque. I don't know. But yeah, thing you just raid UI, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed because I am tired. And I guess I'll just see you guys tomorrow for some stuff that I haven't really planned yet. Basically just side content in Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, maybe around the board, I don't know yet. Probably have some stuff that I could do there. But yeah, I guess we'll see. So yeah, good night to both of you. And yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys tomorrow, and if not, then probably on Monday for another short Yakuza 0 stream. So yeah, guess until next time, guys, I'll see ya.